Hey there, strangers. It's time for another 2 p.m. PST Twitch stream. I'm your host, Strangebro Jim, and today we are going to be getting back into World of Warships today, or as I finally like to call it, my Wednesday Warships. Now, last week, last week was a thing. Um, the video's still on my Twitch channel, so you're welcome to try to look that up and see what happened. But it wasn't exactly great. Um, it took 2 hours at least, if I remember correctly, of me just kind of floundering around with destroyers. And we're talking tier 5 destroyers here. Okay, so it's not like I'm completely inexperienced, but the I was kind of ashamed of my own performance on that one. Okay. I think in one match I shot off like what was it, like 60 torpedoes and not a single one of them hit. Um, Now, obviously, if you watch the rest of my gameplay, um, you know, the I'm pretty efficient when it comes to guns. Normally I can get like 1/3 of the shots in, um, you know, maybe 1/4, around there. Okay, unless I'm having a really bad day. Um, like they angled their ships in such a way where I can't really get a good indicator as to where the shots are going to land. Trying to find where in the ocean they were going to be in regards of them angling their ship in such a way where they were like coming at me or going away from me or whatever. Um, so But more often than not, I can do pretty well when it comes to just straight guns. Um, and I was doing okay with the aircraft carriers in Tier 4. Okay, I haven't really played much Tier 6 because um, that gets into levels that um, I don't know if I'm ready for yet. Um, but needless to say, there are uh, I'm gonna need to take some steps to try to figure out what I'm doing wrong with destroyers because the performance last week was terrible. you know, I'm tier 5. I'm gonna be facing um, stronger opponents, more cunning opponents, um, opponents that are professionals. Okay, and I need to, if I want to continue playing this game up into those higher ranks, then I'm gonna need to learn. Okay, I'm gonna need to get better at playing World of Warships to get up to that point. Now I'm still gonna be a casual player. I only play this once a week. For you guys. On Wednesdays, I play for myself obviously too. But PvP is not one of my more favorite game styles, as I've talked about it in the past. I've had um, I've had times on other PvP games where I've literally yelled in anger at my friends. And that's not a feeling that I really want at all. Um, Not over a game. Okay. Um, so I don't intend to be a pro player. I don't want to be a pro player. Um, there are others out there that want it. They're more than welcome to it. Okay. Um, I like games for the entertainment value, not for the competitiveness. So once a game starts becoming more competitive than it is fun, then it's not for me. Um, Now, for those of you that want to continue with the whole competitiveness, go right ahead. Okay, there's nothing stopping you from doing that. Okay, um, you know, if you want to get into the pro leagues, fight against the other pro players that are out there, study up on everything, and um, get to those levels of competitiveness, then go right ahead, man. you know, Power forward on that. Learn everything you can, do everything that you can um, to get to that level. Okay. Obviously, it's going to take a lot of work for that, but I mean, that's what experience, dedication, and just work. Study everything, study your own. Look back over your own videos and you'll eventually get there. It's not going to happen overnight. Anyone that says that, oh yeah, man, as soon as I, you know, as soon as I picked up a basketball, I was a pro player. No, no. Anyone who says that is selling you something. Um, it takes a lot of work for it. So don't think that it's not going to be easy. Okay. So the game is up. So let's go ahead and get right into this. I'm suffering quite a bit of lag right at the moment, which is kind of unfortunate. Hmm. Okay, well, hopefully it won't be that much of a factor. Um, okay, so here we are in game, and well, so we're gonna look at our tier fives with our destroyers. Okay. Um, Now, how am I gonna get better? Well, uh, first thing is probably let's look up some videos. Now, I'm not gonna show the videos. I'll play the audio for them, but um, well, hmm, gosh. Um, well, the thing is that I want people to go to those videos themselves and try to give those individuals a little bit more of um, a boost in their viewership and stuff like that. So you know, you shouldn't come to my channel to watch their content. Is basically what I'm saying. Um, so let me bring up YouTube and let me just do a quick search for um, beginner destroyer tutorials or intermediate destroyer tutorials, and let's see what we can find here. Oh, okay. Here, I do want to do one thing though. I want to kind of show you what my statistics are. See, when it comes to just destroyers in general. Um, this is these are my stats right at the moment. 837 battles, 53% victories. Average XP is low. Um, Most enemy warships destroyed in a battle. Destruction ratio is 1.2. Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe 696 is average. I mean, kind of wish that I could kind of look at the specific um, destroyer types. Like, hey, I just want to focus on those. As you can see, I mainly play with battleships. um, Even though I've done quite a number of carrier battles, but these two are probably um, my best sets of ships overall. Um, yeah, so here's here's the Matsuki. 9% and 19% victories, 21 battles played, 4 victories, 17 defeats. I've survived only one battle. Main battery gun accuracy 44%. Not exactly high, but then again, I was typically firing at other destroyers. Typically. Torpedo accuracy 7%. Contribution to capture 17%. Contribution to defense 2%. Damage caused to ships 384,796. Or 69. 10,000 XP earned. I've destroyed not 9 warships in the 21 battles played. 7 of those by torpedoes. Um, Spotted 30 warships. Damaged by my spotting. Potential damage 6 million. Uh, so yeah, not great. Let's look at the Samson here. Uh, well, actually, let's go through the Visby here because it's also a tier 5. Okay. Once again, same main battery gun accuracy 44%. No, that's not great, but it's okay. Once again, I'm fighting against other destroyers at times when I'm firing my main guns. Um, so that's not exactly easy to hit. Okay. Torpedo accuracy 15%. Not good. Contribution to capture, contribution to defense. Uh, 2 kills by torpedoes, 1 kill by flooding and fire. 7 matches played, 43% victory, destruction ratio 0.43. Let's see. Where's the other tier 5? So, had a higher victory rate on it, on the Nicholas, but not by, uh, it, it wasn't by just me alone. Um, this is, you know, only destroyed four warships with torpedoes, which for the Nicholas is actually pretty good because the Nicholas only has a range of 5.5 on their torpedo range. Okay, but once again, accuracy 14%, not great. Um, Main battery guns had a lower accuracy, but um, so yeah, um, haven't had that much success when it comes to torpedoes. So I want to kind of change that. It looks like 21% is the highest torpedo average right at the moment. Okay. Um, let's see. World of Warships. Torpedo average. Let's see. Now there was a page where you can go to kind of look up player stats on what they play with. You can look at players' overall stats, and you can kind of see um, what what their averages are. Um, let's see. Um, let's see. Um, yeah, and I'm looking up a forum right at the moment. This guy basically puts it into perspective. Me personally, I think hit ratios should only be used to compare your own average hit chance based on the overall average recorded for that ship on those sites. That way you can analyze if there's improvement needed in regards to your aiming. Um, Main battery overall ratio will be higher if you mostly play cruisers or destroyers, while battleships will be lower due to their high dispersion rates. So that's something to consider. Um, let's see. I would disagree with you about the main battery hit rate. Do you think I've seen high-level player like yourself with a main battery hit rate of below 30% on a battleship? However, when I see a 42% win rate player with a 600 WTR and look at the main battery hit rate, it will universally be 20 to 23%. If you can't aim and hit a target consistently, then you're not going to be a very good player. Um, let's see. Um, Someone posted a little bit of a clan stats right at the moment, but this doesn't really show me like their percentages. Hmm. Okay. Now, and and on the USDD before the range buff a long while ago. Not miss at those close ranges. Currently at 7.5, last I checked, if I'm not mistaken, the server-wide average is 6%. That puts you above average. The longer the range on your torpedoes, the lower your score will be. Even lucky hits are hits. um, um, eh, okay, so I'm seeing a lot of players like, posting 6 to 7%. So, I'm obviously, I'm not I'm not playing a ton of these. Um, I'm not playing a ton of destroyers, but it's looking like torpedo average is I'm about average on it. I'm an average player, but I mean there's room for improvement. So um, okay, apparently I can't load up NA warships stat today, so we're just gonna stop on that. Now let's see. World of Warships, beginner, destroyer, tutorials. Okay, and I don't necessarily need to um, look at the don't need to look at the World of Warships official sites for this. Um, kind of wish I knew some of the better destroyer players that are out there. Um, you know what? Let me look that up. World of Warships best destroyer player. Okay. Um, I'm seeing some videos about destroyers and like there's one streamer that um, I haven't really watched all that much because like I said um, I play World of Warships for the fun of it. Um, so this is kind of a little bit of a change of pace for me. Okay. Um, I chase gaming. Now, he does a lot of World of Warship content. Um, and he does a how to get good at World of Warships. And he's talking about destroyer positioning on this. This is a 30-minute video. Um, don't need that commercial. Skip that ad. Just gonna turn that down. Now this is I Chase Gaming, How to Get Good at World of Warships, episode
Hello
14,
everybody and welcome back. Good to have
Destroyer
you all here
Position.
again today. And today on episode 14 of How to Get Good at World of Warships, we're going to talk about destroyer positioning. Now, do keep in mind that in the event that you have an enemy carrier, um, well, I would say start praying that the enemy carrier is bad. Because if you run into a good carrier player, um, as a destroyer, especially a high threat destroyer, you can expect that good carrier player to just hound you until you die. You can take certain steps like popping your smoke to dissuade them from striking you. You could consider maybe hiding near your ships, but remember, all those things removes you from being able to do sort of your job as a destroyer. And yeah, so anyhow, in the event that you don't really run into carriers. Here's a couple of positioning tips for the various types of destroyers, and we're going to start with torpedo destroyers. Notably, these are going to be the Japanese torpedo boats. Typically, Japanese torpedo boats are some of the best in tier in terms of their concealment. Now, it is very important for you to learn the concealment of enemy destroyers, what can you outspot, what will spot you, etc. The primary role, I would say, of the Japanese torpedo destroyers is to provide spotting for your team, and not only to provide spotting, but also to constantly have your torpedoes be a threat. So your torpedoes should always be that danger weapon that they're not 100% sure on the enemy team where your weapons are going to be coming from. That generally means in order to do that, you have to be staying invisible, not get spotted, so that when your torpedoes show up, they're going to be like, surprise, here they are, right? If you get spotted on the mini map, it becomes easier to predict where these torpedoes could be coming from. So that's one. Two,
That is indeed a very definitive lesson on that. If you know the if you know where the destroyer is, then you have a potential of knowing where the torpedoes could be coming from. So it's one of the reasons why as he mentioned at the very beginning, a good CV player will hunt down destroyers. Okay, um, or at least give their position away, which basically nullifies their effectiveness. So, or at least helps nullify their effectiveness. Okay. Um, they don't even need to attack them. Okay. They just need to spot them. Okay. It's one of the things that I did um, for the tier 4 carriers. You don't always have to destroy, or actively attack a destroyer. All you need to do is just keep them spotted. Okay. AA guns in tier 4, they are crap. Okay. So the likelihood of you losing all of your fighters in a tier 4 battle, just because of one ship, not very high. So them kind of circling around the destroyer, saying, hey, here he is. It's going to piss off that destroyer, and it's going to help out your team because they'll know where that destroyer is at, where the torpedoes are coming from, um, and it will allow your team to know, you know, where to kind of go and do and work on those kind of things. So,
when it comes to your torpedoes, remember that when you fire a torpedo salvo, you should, on that salvo you fire, generally land at least one torpedo. Okay, so that means that if you need to sneak closer, you can hold your torpedoes. You don't have to constantly fire them, but you can hold them, get in the right positions, and then fire them. What you're going to be looking for is ships that are trying to head somewhere, trying to stay angled to something, trying to kite away from something. You're going to find those types of ships to fire your torpedoes at. Very, very, very important. So, take for example that earlier.
interesting. Okay, so um, so that makes it a little bit of sense on that. Okay, the fact that he's talking about look for the ships that are trying to get someplace. Okay, ones that are kind of already trying to um, be defensive, be a defensive line against you, try to um, that are that might know where you're at already or are trying to maneuver around already. Um, they're gonna know, hey, this is a danger zone. I need to try to avoid this as much as I can. It makes sense. Um, the the idea of um, the trying to hold your salvo to a point where you can um, uh, hit another ship with at least one torpedo. Not something that I've done. So, um, but at the same time, like you said before, the torpedoes can be used as a threat. Like, hey, there's something out here that you should kind of be careful of, and it slows down the enemy players. Okay, um, it gives them a little bit of hesitation on that.
Your torpedo wave that I fired against the Jean Bart. I could see that the Jean Bart was trying really hard to get to the sea cap. Kind of going in a nice straight line, going fast. So, put a whole bunch of torpedoes in his path. Got a very nice series of hits, and he got finished off with one extra SAP salvo from the Venezia. So, fantastic. Now, aside from those first two things, which is spotting and providing that torpedo threat, the Japanese destroyers can also be used, assuming you have a concealment advantage, can also be used as a capping type destroyer. Now, this is important to note. You'll notice that when I first went for the middle cap, generally not the preferred cap, but in some cases, if you feel like, hey, the enemy team might not be able to contest it or whatnot, you can go to the cap and then reverse into it. It's very, very important to reverse into caps that you're going to take. The reason for that is because if there's a threat that pops up, or if there's a wave of torpedoes that come towards you, all you have to do is accelerate and you're already on the way out. Once again,
That's actually a really good strategy. I didn't even think about. I didn't even think about that. Um, Now, obviously, he was doing that for the center cap, but I mean, the fact that he was kind of mentioning that for all the caps. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, you're just kind of there for spotting and harassment for the most part. So
and another torpedo wave fired off against this Richelieu. Now, this Richelieu, again, I can tell that this Richelieu is trying really hard to push in and kill a Venezia. So, good torpedo salvo right into the path of the Richelieu here. Richelieu is really, really damaged. With that low amount of HP here, I could have actually fired my gun to try to finish off that battleship. But there's always a judgment call that you have to make. If the enemy ship was, let's say, by themselves, not much on your team, let's say, shooting at them, and they're really low HP, open up. Try to get that kill, try to secure it, get rid of them, take them out of the game. But in this case, there was a whole bunch of ships firing at him, and I was thinking, you know what, I really don't want to destroy my concealment, so decided not to open up. Again, on the mini map, I'm not here on the.
that's um, as you can hear what he's saying, um, this basically rings true in that, as soon as you fire your guns, you break concealment. So if if you're still concealed and you fire off your guns, well, say goodbye to that concealment. Unless of course you're in the smoke screen or something like that. But even then, um, you gotta kind of be a little careful on that because if your smoke screen goes away or something like that, then um, you're potentially exposing yourself to more and more dangers. So
Mini map, right? I've torpedoed two ships, but I'm still not appearing on the mini map. That's fantastic. Now, with the Richelieu gone, it is my turn to move on to the cap. Take the B cap for our team because our team does currently need a cap. Oh, enemy Minotaur is right there. I'm pretty sure it's a smoke Minotaur because I did see a smoke cloud in the vicinity of his previous last spotted position. So I'm guessing that Minotaur. So I'm going to keep him spotted. And so aside from that torpedo threat, I'm also going to provide vision. So I'm going to keep this Minotaur spotted. toss some torpedoes down the channel there, just in case the Minotaur decides to turn south of the island and then dash over to the gap and then maybe pop a smoke and then engage the Iowa. So kind of, if he does do that, gonna dissuade him from that. Okay, gonna continue onwards. I'm gonna take this cap and I'm gonna go cut through this line here, okay? Because there is a battle line, but there's a gap here. The reason I'm gonna do this is one, my guess is the FTG is probably gonna try to come for the B cap here, or he's gonna continue to go south and go for the C cap. My guess is based on what is pushing in from north from our team that he's going to do one of these two things. So if he had continued to go south, that was the salvo of torpedoes for him. Looks like he's deciding that he's not going to do that. I think he's going to decide to try to go and contest B. Okay, good. I'm going to keep him spotted. And you'll also notice that I'm continuing to maneuver in a way where I'm not getting detected, right? Not trying to get myself spotted here. Really, against the FTG here, the bare minimum in terms of distance away. Of course, being close, aside from allowing myself to have spotting on him, also does grant me the ability to have torpedoes on him, and these torpedoes, well, we'll get to him in a real hurry. So here we go. I'm seeing, I think the FTG here is going to make a move here for the cap, so dump some torpedoes into his path, and continue to maintain vision. Ooh, okay, enemy torpedoes here. There's a Thunderer to the south as well. I think those torpedoes on the FTG will look okay. Alright, against the Thunderer, I'm going to have to get some torpedoes on him as well. Okay, yeah, those are good torpedoes. Okay, not good. I got hydro spotted by the Minotaur here. Okay, so I'm going to fire a torpedo here, right? It's kind of a, hey, you got to get the set off. What direction is that Thunderer going to turn? My guess is in order to get all of his guns onto me to engage me, he's probably going to turn out. And that's why launch torpedoes, to the other side, the turning outside of the gray line. Didn't go enough though. I should have gone a little bit more. Still gonna clip him. Yep, I'm gonna clip him here with one torpedo. Immediately, as soon as I'm outside of the hydro range, I decide to pop smoke. I just want to break visual cover right away. Concealment is life on the Japanese destroyers. If you can maintain your concealment, you are dangerous. If you get spotted and you get obliterated, you're in trouble. Okay, so paying attention to enemy destroyers, especially destroyers that can spot you, paying attention to radar ships, all super, super important. Once again, I have torpedoes coming up right now. Ooh, yeah. My FTG charged in here, not good. Again, here we go, right? I have torpedoes. Which direction is the Thunderer going to go? Again, I assume, judging by his movement, I assume he's probably still going to be turning out. Again, he's probably just going to get more of his guns out, is my bet. Hence, another wave of torpedoes in that direction. I just don't think I see him turning inwards, because there's a threat sort of that's in front of him that is requiring him to turn out. So another wave of torpedoes. Again, you'll notice that I'm very, very, very close to these enemy ships. I'm not far away. And I clip him again with a wave, and that gets me another couple of torpedo hits, and I've got myself already high caliber. Fantastic.
Okay. Um, that this is indeed a little bit of like an eye-opening experience here. Okay, he wasn't he wasn't rushing his torpedo fire. Okay, at this in particular point in time, around the 8 minute mark. Okay, for any of you um, that are currently watching. Okay, um, he did try to stay away from being spotted. Um, staying outside of the visual range, and he got himself into a point where he was studying where the other player was going. So it wasn't a matter of blindly looking at the white cone. Okay. He was actually firing it well outside of that little white cone of, you know, where the ship is suspected to be. Okay. Um, and that's my problem. Okay. Um, with guns, I was able to kind of determine where a player might be for the most part based off of the range, speed, um, and their angle for the most part. It's not always great on angle wise, but if they're going like in a straight line, parallel to me, it's fairly easy to know to kind of get a sense of where to fire the guns. Okay. Um, if you guys want me to kind of show you that, I can, um, um, but I mean this entire day for me is going to be more on the destroyer line, trying to learn more on the destroyer. So he's he's firing torpedoes down in a way, like you mentioned before, he's holding on to his torpedoes. Okay, he's not blindly firing them off all the time. Okay, he's holding on to them, staying outside of the um, detection range, um, keeping the enemy spotted to a point where he can kind of tell where they may be turning, where they may be going, and then he launches his torpedoes based off of what he saw. Or, it's like, okay, this guy's turning in this particular direction, this guy might be turning in this particular direction. Um, so he fired his torpedoes well outside of the white cone in in response of, hey, this guy might be turning in that direction. Okay. It's still kind of a guessing game, but he was patient enough to wait for that. Okay. So um, that's another factor that I'm not doing. Okay, when it comes to playing the destroyers. Okay, I'm not waiting. Once my torpedoes are up, I see that little white cone and I fire off the torpedoes. You know, that's the reason why I'm getting such horrible percentages. Why I'm not getting a whole lot of strikes. I mean, on this video alone. Now, granted, he's playing as Shimikaze. Shimikaze dumps a whole lot of torpedoes. Uh, so he's getting 14 torpedo strikes, or at this in 8 minutes into the match. Okay, or at least 8 minutes into the video, he already has 14 strikes with torpedoes. Okay, you compare that to my not landing a single torpedo strike on someone, then obviously I need to practice. I need to kind of work on these things a little bit more. Okay.
Fantastic. So with that out of the way, take a look at the map. There's an Akazuki, a Brindisi left, a Shima, and a Minotaur. Okay. C-Cap, I think, is going to be what I'm going to go for again, most notably because I know what's there. It's a Shima and a Minnow. Minotaur, I already know, does not have radar, so as long as I don't get spotted easily by the Shimakaze, I should be okay to go there and try to contest that cap. Utilizing RPF again to kind of give me an idea of where the closest enemy target is. Alright, so, yep, there you go. I see the Minotaur, he's popping smoke again. So I know that he's going to be trying to, hide in his smoke, fire off some of his, guns, try to get some damage here. So I'm going to fire some torpedoes into his smoke screen because if he sits still, if he is unaware, he's going to eat some torpedoes. And Shimakaze torpedoes hurt. Now, by the way, if you're playing a Shima, I do recommend taking the 12-kilometer torpedo set. The 20 kms are just not all that useful, and the shall we say, the 8-kilometer set is just a little bit too high risk, and it does lack some flexibility, especially when you do need some range. Okay, I do manage to plunk one torpedo hit there on the Minotaur, I think, and scored some damage there, so that's positive. Gonna see if I can maybe try to get some vision here. Not really gonna risk the smoke firing penalty here, just mostly gonna Yeah, just mostly gonna see if I can eventually maybe spot this guy as the smoke starts to dissipate. I know he's still in there because I can see his shells coming out. Plus, RPF does indicate that that's the closest ship. Not sure where the Shima is. I know the Shima and the Minotaur here are in a division, so my guess is maybe the Shima is on the other side providing vision against the Neptune. So I'm just thinking, okay, if the smoke dissipates, I'm going to be able to spot the Minotaur. And there he is, and look at that. I'm very, very close to him. Within, a couple hundred meters of... Oh, actually, there's the Shima. Okay. Not expected. I'm going to dump my torpedoes here. I'm going to immediately pop smoke, and I want to break contact here. Have to remember, okay, smoke in this game is a double-edged sword. Yes, it can allow you to disengage, but sometimes you're also providing cover for your opponent. So you have to be very careful about that. Anyhow, get a beautiful torpedo wave against their destroyer, and the extra one goes there and kills the Minotaur. So key things to remember as a Japanese destroyer: one, really, really abuse that stealth of yours. Okay, position yourself in a way where people can't see you, but that your torpedoes are close enough distance-wise where you can get good torpedo salvos off. Make sure to keep an eye out on radar as well when you're doing that. So vision, torpedo threat is 1-2. Make sure to help your team in terms of capping and screening. When you're going for the cap, make sure to reverse in, okay? So if there's a destroyer that does spot you when you're reversed, you can accelerate away, and you can even pop up some, salvos with the rear guns, because Japanese destroyers' guns are on the rear. Pop off some good salvos on your way out, get some good damage. Generally speaking, though, Japanese destroyer guns, you have them, but only use them when you need to use them, okay? Don't recklessly use them. You don't want to announce your position constantly. You want to use them at the right times. Moving on, and now we're going to be talking more about the pure gunboats in the game. So this is typically characterized by ships that are fast, have good guns, not the world's best concealment. Okay, so at the end of the line, Haberovs, Kleber, they kind of fit this mold. Now these ships generally play differently than the pure torpedo boats. Whereas torpedo boat is about maintaining stealth and getting your torpedoes and being that threat, the pure gunboats are typically for just being on sides and harassing people and harassing people and harassing people, and then using that good speed to sort of dodge tank. Now, before I forget, this and the next one are replays provided courtesy of a loop from my clan. So just want to give him a little shout out there. Thank you for suffering for playing all the destroyers and trying to collect footage for me. All right. So typically what you want to do in a gunboat, okay, is that the early stages of the game, you want to be on the side, on a flank, whatever, but you want to be engaging enemy ships while you're in a kiting away position, okay? Don't ever be caught in a situation where you're charging forwards, you go, oh crap, there's something wrong, you start opening up with your guns, but then it still requires you to make a full turn, because if you have to make a full turn, you're going to get punished for it, okay? So kiting away type position, and start engaging this way. First of all, it allows you to get all your firepower away, and also allows you to dodge more effectively because you're running away at speed and you're dodging and weaving, and it's usually not fun to shoot a target like that. Okay, Haberov's goal is
That is indeed true. Okay. Um, the one of the matches that I did that I was pretty proud of. Um, I was playing a destroyer. I had like three destroyers that were trying to come after me. I think it was three destroyers, and I was weaving all over the place, trying to run from all three of them because I was at a point where um, I was pretty much alone. They outnumbered me. I was trying to get some amount of help from my team to try to help me in taking them out. But for the most part, um, the flank that I was on collapsed, and I was pretty much the only one left on it, if I remember correctly. Uh, so I was spotted, and the likelihood of me trying to get any kind of torpedoes away was um, to hit other destroyers were few and far between. So I did the next best thing, which was pull out my guns, um, swerve all over the place, running away from them, and basically making myself a moving target. Which, if you're bobbing and weaving, then you're you're making it harder to be you're making it harder to be a target. If you're just kind of stationary, going in the same kind of direction, then obviously you're making it easier for them. So you're making it easier for them to kind of give it get a beat on you. Okay, they shoot in a certain direction to land their shots in a certain spot.
Continue to harass, and this is again true for the Russian gunboats. You're very harassment focused. You don't really have torpedoes in the early stages of the game because there are a lot of enemy ships around. Later on, as the game progresses, you can use your torpedoes in more ambush type scenarios because you kind of know where enemy ships are going to be. Early game though, it's a lot of this. As soon as you start opening up, and as soon as the enemy team will spot you for the first time, you're already basically turned away. You're basically getting, your guns on target and you're pew pewing. When there is little available island cover that will provide some kind of concealment so people can't easily spot you, use it, okay? But when you are spotted, start to juke around, whether it's using speed, whether it's using whatever, anything that you can use to help you juke, okay? Of course, currently, ships like the Khabarovsk is, they're kind of in a not so great place, okay, as a whole. But that's not all the ships. It's just notably Habrovsk because she still eats full BB pens, and it's just a little rough. But ships like the Kleber, for example, very very strong. Again, in non-CV games. CV games, like I said earlier, yeah, just start praying. Really, really, really start praying. Pray that the enemy CV is just terrible. That or the enemy CV doesn't have a hard on for you. Just kind of pray for that. Anyhow, once again, when the situation allows for, kind of again enter that kiting away sort of posture and annoy, continue to annoy. And that is your job. You annoy, you annoy, you annoy. When the enemy team starts to really kind of put their attention towards you, you stop shooting. Fall off detect and wait for them to go worry about something else, and then you engage again, right? And your main goal is just hit them in the superstructure, set fires, hit them in the superstructure, set fires, be really, 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 really annoying is like the key thing. There is not much more to be said for gunboats. Try to find places that you can exploit, whether it is sometimes even if it's like a let's say a hole in the enemy lines that allows you to get to the back of them, you can do that too. I've done that before in Kleber, where saw a gap between the left and right flank, and I just decided, all right, you know what, I'm gonna go pop up behind the other flank. They don't usually like that, because suddenly you have a destroyer coming up from behind you. Now, in order to engage it, you got to turn your ship, turn your guns, but there's an entire enemy team in front of you, so you don't really want to do that. So then, whatever's behind you can annoy you, right? So that is, you're really trying to maximize the usage of your speed to be difficult. Okay.
One thing that I want to note about that, well, okay, there's actually two things that I want to note about what I'm hearing right now. Okay, first off, crossfire is always a danger if you have a break in a front or a flank. Okay, um, getting hit from two different directions is always a danger for any kind of warship, okay? Especially if there is that gap, okay? Like he mentioned, the fact that he exploited having pretty much an open area to get behind their lines and harass them from behind. Um, and now they could turn all their guns on you and the like and kind of chase you down, but at the same time, that gives your teammates the chance to, you know, shoot them even more on that. Um, this isn't something that you're going to be able to do by yourself. I mean, you're not going to be able to get behind enemy lines and destroy everybody that's on their team. Okay. Um, But, as he was mentioning, being behind the lines and harassing them from behind the lines, um, just causes that, you know, causes them to wonder where to aim their guns at and that kind of thing. Another thing that I want to note, okay, is the fact that uh, these um, these destroyer captains are using um, a particular ability. Okay, um, here let me get to the destroyer captains again, and let me kind of show you the ability um, that I really should pick up for at least the destroyer captains because it tells you um, details that you really should know as a destroyer captain, and that is I think it's priority target. Um, yeah, I believe priority target is the skill. It just costs one. Okay, and it allows you to know who's all aiming at you. Okay, um, I stopped the video um, at 16 minutes right now, and I can see, he's being detected, and because he's firing his guns, um, and he's being a target for one ship. But there were moments where he became a target for five ships at one particular point in time. That's pretty good indication to get the hell out of there, especially if you're a destroyer. Okay. Um, get the hell out of there. Stop firing your guns. Um, stop being detected if you can. Okay. If you have a smoke screen, that could help. Um, but it's not. Um, you know, don't like he mentioned before. Smoke screens can be a double-edged sword because they will aim for it. Okay, they will aim for you in that smoke screen. Okay, torpedoes, sending ships down in there, hydroacoustic search, they will aim for you. So bear that in mind.
Also, another thing about gunboats is that when you are engaging, you're either off on a flank or you are behind your own lines. So, where let's say your battleships or whatever, they're in the front, these ships do not like being in the front. Okay, they're usually more comfortable sitting in the back a little bit more, dropping shells down on enemy ships at range. Of course, later on in the game, as more space is available, then more plays can be made. All right. If you are playing in conjunction with a stealthier destroyer, let the stealthier destroyer take the lead and almost treat yourself as like an ultra light cruiser. Okay, your job is to provide that fire support if and when, let's say, that destroyer spots another destroyer.
Okay. I wanted to kind of stop this right at this moment in time. I wanted to make a little statement on these gun destroyers right at the moment. Okay. Um, Currently, this is um, they I'm at basically the 17-minute mark of the video itself. The match has about 11 minutes left in the match, and this guy has 253 shell strikes. Now, this is a tier 10 ship, so I mean, the rate of fire is extremely high for the tier 10 ships, okay? So don't expect to, if you're coming in to like a tier 1 match or something like that and you're expecting this kind of rate of fire, don't. Just don't don't expect that kind of thing. Okay. But it just kind of shows the amount of harassment this particular player, it like he mentioned, it's not I Chase Gaming, it's a loop who's part of his clan. Um, so um, but he's just kind of showing what what the gunship can do as a harassment. He's staying well behind the lines. He's staying in a position where um, he can just drop shells down on everybody that he can, keeping them at range, dodging where he needs to. I mean, he's pretty much around half health right at this point in time. He's at 14,000 out of 26,000. So um, he's got about half of his health at this particular point in time. But um, he probably could have been he probably could have had more health overall. If he might have dodged a little bit more. But it is what it is. I mean, he's doing pretty good overall. I mean, um, he's only sunk one ship, but that's fine. Like I Chase Gaming was talking about, gunships are meant for harassment. Okay, he said 9 fires, which is seems kind of low for 253 shots, but whatever. Um, did one incapacitation, but that's okay. He's done 86k worth of damage already. Looks like he's spotted, or he has potential damage of like 1 million or something like that. Forget exactly what those indicators are. It's 86k, 1 million, and 40 something right below that. I don't know what those indicators are all about, so um, uh, but let's continue.
So where, in let's say two stealthy destroyers, they spot each other. When normally the assumption is, okay, this isn't going to be a one-on-one. You're turning it into a two-on-one situation. And carrier. Oh, thank goodness I don't think this enemy carrier player is very good. Good enemy carrier players will hound you until you die as a destroyer. So thank goodness I don't think that carrier was particularly good. It looks like a Loop's carrier in this game is actually in a nicer position because he's more forward, more closer to the front lines, so that is good. Where their team's carrier, no idea what he's doing. And also their Venezia, not particularly sure what he's doing either. I think he's trying to find the carrier in like the wrong place. Anyhow, so this flank mostly been taken care of. Fantastic. As a Habarovsk, once you get more space, there's more to do, right? So come over here. Okay, tiny little assist capture point, and okay, a little bit of EXP there, like a tiny bit. Moving on. All right. So next thing would be probably to start moving towards the C cap here. Again, there's a lot more room now for Habarovsk, so that's good. Venezia is really far away. Real threat on the enemy team here would be, let's say, a Moskva, but the Moskva is also really far. Maybe, yeah, there's probably not that many threats. Maybe if the Shima has a lot of HP, if the Shima can enter like a kiting away duel, it can chunk a Hob down, maybe, but it'll depend. So yeah, let's just cut through this cap here. Okay, the Montana is dead, which is also good because that eliminates another kind of major threat. Oh, spotted here. Okay, definitely the Shimakaze that's spotting here because yeah, the Moskva is still too far. We know where the Moskva is, so definitely a Shima spotted. Ooh, okay, unexpected. Figure the Shima might have actually been north, but it's actually south. Shima here. Oof. Yeah, engine gets taken out, decides to blow a smoke. Not 100% sure what the Shima's plan here was. Um, yeah, it's not the best play. Um, Maybe the Shima just didn't have the right captain skills. Like maybe didn't have last stand. But realistically, if you got spotted, like as early as this, right? The Shima can spot the Khabarovsk. Shima really should have just, maybe pop smoke and disengage the like by turning south along the island, that little island, and then trying to disengage that way might have been a better choice. But yeah, that was a little not the world's best play. Okay, so late game, this is where Khabarov's torpedoes can come into play, right? So you've got much more, let's say, room to maneuver, lots more places to hide, lots more places to jump out, and you're a fast ship. And the same is true for Kleber as well. Kleber, a lot more capabilities even than Khabarovsk, for this kind of play. You're fast, you've got, good torpedoes, and so what you do is you just pop out here. Okay, again, remember 1.5 times speed, so torpedoes are going a little faster. Real life, it's not that fast. There you go, and you can clean up, get some damage there, and it's a pretty good game as a Khabarovsk. Hopefully this gives you a sense of how to play as a gunboat. Generally early game you staying more at range, spamming, harassing. Later on, as you have a better sense of things, you can start to move in for more risky plays, let's say. And finally, we're moving on to the hybrid type destroyers. Now, these hybrid type destroyers are generally characterized by a few traits. Okay, so they generally have pretty good gun DPM. Their arcs, in most cases, will tend to be a little bit more floaty because they don't usually have the Russian 130mm ballistics, the Grozovoy being a nice little exception here. They'll typically have, pretty good torpedoes that are usable. They'll have smoke. In some cases, like the Z52, they'll have hydro. Daring, for example, has that as well. So they'll have some other tools as well. But generally speaking, they're not the fastest destroyers in the game. They're not the stealthiest destroyers in the game. They have good guns, but not the best guns. They have good torps, but not the best torps. That kind of thing. And they can sort of do a little bit of everything. So gearing is a very good example of this. Start of the game as a gearing. You can, again, depending on what the enemy ships are and how good their concealment is, you can almost play the role of a Shima. If it's a cap, you can typically go to a cap, reverse into it, and begin to take capture points. And of course, when your torpedoes are ready, fire off a torpedo. In the case where you have a spotting advantage, make sure to abuse it. By the way, remember the whole thing about smoke being a double-edged sword? This Ognavoy on the enemy team screwed up royally, deployed a smoke for really no good reason, and he's basically going to remove any vision that he could have provided for his team, and he's also going to remove any early warning he was going to get that there was somebody who was spotting him, right? He just didn't know until proxy spot. And of course, gearing at this kind of distance against an Ognavoy doesn't stand a chance, right? Especially since the Ognavoy is now blown his torpedoes. Gearing's just going to eat you alive. All right, so fantastic. Destroyer number one taken care of. As a gearing, right now, because there's things shooting at you, notably in the Fletcher, the Seattle, whatever, probably best to not shoot, which is what happens, fall off detect again, and then start to reposition yourself into a better position here. Friendly Asashio.
Now, I'll note at this point in time, at 22 minutes, that's where this whole action kind of takes place. Um, the destroyer pilot that he was talking about just basically hid in the smoke, but he wasn't providing any kind of um, spotting details as I Chase Game was talking about. Okay, what he could have done was get out of the smoke, as a as something like, hey, here's some smoke. I could be here, kind of thing. And basically, left the smoke and did some additional spotting or, looking for the other destroyers or whatnot. Okay. Um, the other ability that he was talking about, which is um, let's see, I forget exactly which one it is. Um, this one, radio location. So um, it shows the direction of the to the nearest enemy ship or submarine that is on the surface. Um, so um, you have a relative idea as to um, where the nearest ship is located at, and therefore you can try to work you work with that. Okay, I don't have that yet. It's I'm still kind of working my captain levels to get to that point, but um, obviously both this one here and this one here are really good in when it comes to your destroyer captains. So just kind of bear that in mind if you're watching me for some reason, um, instead of you know these other pro players that are out there. Um, I mean, if it's one if there's one kind of takeaway that you can get from me, these two are being used by pro players, for those destroyers. Um, for as a if you use cruisers, battleships, or carriers, mm, I mean, I guess it depends on the type of ship that you want or the type of ship that you mainly play with. Um, radio location is good if you're trying to get up into the front lines, but most battleships aren't frontline kind of ships. Okay, they kind of remain in the back lines for the most part. Okay, so most most of your spotting is going to be done anyway for you for radio location. So uh, for me, radio location is a match by match basis kind of skill when you're like a battleship for a battleship captain. It might be great if, say, a destroyer comes through enemy line or through your lines and gets behind you, then great. This indicates, hey, there's a destroyer really nearby you. You should probably focus on them a little bit. Okay. Um, but again, that might not always happen. So, um, your battleship is going to be majority of the time in the back. So, destroyers and cruisers are typically, at least they should be, typically in front of you. They're the ones in the front lines. Okay, battleships are typically like um, the artillery. The heavy duty artillery. The ones that can do a lot of damage to you if they get a decent shot into you. Um, but their rate of fire isn't that strong overall compared to the other cruisers and destroyers and the like. Um, so for battleships, probably not so much radio location. Um, you might be able to kind of get away with it with certain types of cruisers. The ones that are kind of mainly for like spotting and harassment than overall tankiness. Um, but I mean that's gonna have to be your call on radio location when it comes to that. For CV, Um, yeah, well, I mean, it does not work on aircraft carriers or submerged submarines. Um, and even this, um, I don't know if that shows up in airplanes, but your detection range for airplanes it can be pretty high anyway. Okay. So you're going to be able to spot things using your airplanes quite a bit. Um, so radio location for aircraft carriers probably not a way to go. Okay. If that's even offered for aircraft carrier captains, just bear that in mind. Okay. Um, and priority target for aircraft carriers. Um, shows the number of ships whose AA defenses are currently firing at your planes. Yeah, the AA defenses are going to be shooting at your planes regardless. Okay. Um, if you don't have the map awareness to know how many ships are potentially firing at you, then that's your fault. um, I wouldn't pick up priority target for a CV player, okay? Because um, you know, if you're currently being shot at as an aircraft carrier, then it's already going bad for you in the first place anyway. Okay. You don't need to know how many people are shooting at you to know that you're up shit's creek. You know, if you have enemy ships firing at you. Okay. In the aircraft carrier itself. Okay. As an aircraft's, as the in the squadrons, you're going to be able to spot all these ships anyway, unless they're in smoke cover. Um, and even then, they would have to know where your planes are. So typically, it's not great to be hovering over a smoke screen unless you're just there to kind of harass a destroyer. So priority target for aircraft carriers, not a great um, not a great skill along those lines. Okay, so I would not recommend that. Okay. Um, Cruisers can be uh, um, uh, again, cruisers I think are the um, yes for some, no on others kind of standpoint. You know, I could see that skill being useful in different ways. Okay. For a battleship, um, now if you were um, if you were being detected and all that jazz, which is free by the way. I mean, you're gonna be detected, then you're being spotted by something. Okay. Now it could be just the fact that hey, you just fired off your guns and they're able to kind of see you from that kind of distance. Okay, that's no big deal. But if a destroyer kind of gets behind enemy lines and kind of focuses fire on you, then um, then I could see the possibilities of the priority target. But more often than not, I don't see it as a that useful of a skill when it comes to battleship. Um, I mean, unless the entire and their entire team is focusing fire on you, um, you're behind enemy line. You're behind your lines, doing a lot of damage from a distance. So, I mean, uh, I think map awareness is a higher skill that you might, you know, need to learn before you take priority target as a battleship captain. That's my personal opinion. Um, feel free to kind of go to other pro channels and see what their responses are, but this is just my very um, I guess low level assessment. So, um, but that's kind of like the breakdown that I would make. In terms of submarines, um, I could see priority target as a good one to know who's aiming at you. Who has you in their sights and is trying to actively try to destroy you. It can be really good for a submarine. Um, Radio location can also be, well, it's hmm, it's not really good for, like it said right here, submerged submarines. It won't work for submerged submarines. So you're going to be spotting ships from distance anyway when you're underwater. So maybe not so much radio location. Just kind of throwing that out there. I mean, if you can do radio location for submerged submarines, then great. That would be a skill that you'd want because you'd want to know where those ships that are hidden from you, hidden from sight, are kind of located at. Where are they in general? Okay, so that would be good. But again, you know, the skill isn't giving you that either. So, all right, let's get back into IJ's gaming this video here.
So, blew a smoke. That's a kind of a little bit questionable. Sashio being, a member of that torpedo boat family, amazing concealment. Not particularly sure why the smoke needed to be blown. Typically, you have a good awareness of enemy radar ships and their positions and their range. You shouldn't get yourself into that kind of trouble. And then if you do get radared, don't pop a smoke because radar goes through smoke anyways, right? At least that smoke did provide a little bit of cover for the gearing here. So if you're the gearing player and you see free cover come up like that, go for it. Enemy Oland comes out here, starts to engage, does a bad turn, eats a gearing torpedo, and that's that. Okay, so going back to the hybrid destroyers. So at the beginning of the game, you can play kind of the role of the torpedo destroyer almost. You can go contest the cap because generally speaking, your concealment's going to be pretty solid. Of course, do keep in mind that there are some ships that are going to be a danger to you, and you have to be aware of what they are and where they are. For example, if you're a non-legendary mod gearing and the enemy team has a Yugumo and the Yugumo knows what they're doing, you're going to have to be a little bit more careful, especially if they're on your flank of going for a cap. To remind you all again, if you're going to go for the cap, make sure to reverse in because if you do get spotted and you know that you can't outspot something and enemies are going to start shooting at you, you can just accelerate and immediately get off, right? Not only that, but you can also pull some distance, which will help greatly. In a situation where as a hybrid, you realize, okay, I can't outspot whatever is going to be spotting me constantly, and I can't really gun that ship down. Okay, you transition your role to being a torpedo boat for a while. And then, if you do maneuver yourself into a position where you can spot that annoying destroyer at close distances, like in an ambush type scenario, like against that Ognovoy, for example, then immediately go to your guns and try to finish off that annoying, stealthier than you destroyer. Here's another situation here. See where the Buffalo is? See where the gearing is in this case? Okay, watch what happens. Enemy Shimakaze, look at that. Pops up immediately. That Shimakaze is actually pretty healthy. He's trying to charge down this Buffalo here. So as a gearing, this is perfect. You've reached essentially a quasi-ambush type scenario. Pop out, utilize your guns, beautiful DPM, finish off that Shimakaze as quickly as possible before the Shima can really do much else. So that is what you're going to be doing. Now, if you're running into, let's say, the pure gunboats, like let's say you're running to like a Kleber or Haberovsk or whatever, things that you can't win a gun duel against, okay, what you do is you use your good concealment, and then you're going to go and keep them lit. You don't have to shoot at them, you just keep them so lit that your team is going to shoot at them, right? You make sure that those ships cannot fall off detect, ever. And, they're not going to be super comfortable if they can't just stop shooting and fall off detect. If you can keep them spotted, great. And also, as you're keeping them spotted, you're providing vision for your team. You're also providing that torp threat. So, these are things that you can do as a hybrid. You have to always be willing, though, to transition from one to another. When there's an opportunity to use your guns, use your guns. When the opportunity is to use your torpedoes, use your torpedoes. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. Okay? But always remember that when you're playing the hybrid destroyers, yes, you have those offensive tasks, guns, torpedoes, whatnot, but still remember that you are going to be one of the more key destroyers on your team because you do have, generally speaking, good concealment. That, you pay attention. Does your team need a cap? Do they need you to freeze a cap? Do they need you to go and contest an enemy destroyer on cap, assuming you have roughly on par kind of concealment? Make sure you don't stop doing that. Does your team need you to spot? Because it's possible that spotting is what your team really needs in order to push up, let's say, on a flank. Always remember to provide those supporting tasks as well. Hybrid destroyers are, not easy to play because there's a lot of demands on you constantly for all these things. One last thing as well to remember is that as a destroyer, yes, first of all, it's a very, very hard to play class. It takes a lot of skill because you really have to have good knowledge about enemy destroyer capabilities. But it's generally important to remember that you don't want to throw your ship away in the early stages of the game, okay? The longer a destroyer is in the game, the more useful you become. Especially as the game goes on, if you're able to maintain like permanent vision, maintain a torpedo threat, maintain the capabilities of going to take a cap or whatever, the more useful you are for your team. An important point to make as well is in CV-less games, a good destroyer can literally make or break their team's efforts. So, try to work really hard.
That's true. Okay. Um, that's a very very true point on, if you have a CV, then it makes things harder for the destroyers. For the But if you don't have a CV, okay, then having a good destroyer player, can turn the tides in a game. Okay, you know, it's very often that I see, like a really good destroyer player get like 6 kills. They get those krakens in. Okay, um, because they position themselves in such a way where, they are getting those torpedo strikes and the like. So
Hard on, all the things we've talked about in the course of this video. Anyways, folks, that pretty much wraps up this destroyer video. I hope you've found some interesting tips and advice on where you should be, what you should be doing at any particular time on the three major sort of types of destroyers in the games. Obviously, there is still individual nuance that I'm not going to be able to cover in this video. For example, Z52, with this hydroacoustic. How can you best make use of that? I did not cover that obviously in this video because that would be a very ship-specific type video. But all in all, just giving you an overall sense of the three major different roles and sort of how to utilize your ship's capabilities, I guess, in those three different roles. And I hope that does help. Now, if you have any questions, of course, don't hesitate to leave those in the comment section below. For some of you, I'm sure you're probably going to be wondering why I was a lot quieter in this video compared to some of the other ones. It's because I'm recording in the middle of the night and I'm trying not to bother my neighbors. There's been a not so nice spat with them recently about noise and volume, both during the day and at night. So I'm trying to keep it down right now. Anyways, folks, take care. Have yourselves a good one. Stay safe out there. Stay home. And I'll talk to all of you again next time.
Okay. Um, so that was his How to Get Good at World of Warships episode 14, Destroyer Positioning. Now, um, I do see that there's um, another uh, video of his from 4 years ago concerning how to torpedo. And I think I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at that one. And we'll try to get a little bit more information about it. Now, um, torpedoes haven't really changed all that much over the years, based off of what I know. Okay. So I would imagine that the whole how to torpedo, even though the destroyer positioning gave some good information on torpedoes, um, I might be able to learn a little bit more about, you know, good strategies on how to torpedo a little bit more from him. So let's go ahead and switch on over to that video here. Okay, now this is again his Captain's Academy number 33, How to Torpedo. Oh, okay.
Hello, fellow captains, and welcome back to another Captain's Academy episode with your instructor Chase. And today's episode is going to be on how to torpedo, and of course, how to torpedo effectively. So, first things first, of course, let's talk about torpedoing basics, because if you don't know the basics and you're firing torpedoes when targets are not in range, etc., 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 you're not going to be very effective. So when you're using ships with torpedoes, there's a couple of things you really have to be aware of. One is your detectability, and two, the range of your torpedoes. So let's take a look at the Fubuki, for example. Now you can go into the port view and can look under concealment and torpedoes to check these stats as well. But in game, in case you don't really check things in port, you can check this by holding down the control key and moving your mouse over to your ship over here. There's a little green ship over here. If you put your mouse over it, you will see a little info window come up. They'll tell you what your detectability range is. And on my Fubuki, it's 5.5 kilometers. It'll also tell me what my detectability is when firing my guns, when I'm on fire, and when I have my AA on. So this first piece of information tells you that as long as you're outside of the range, that you're going to be invisible. So once you have this piece of information, the next thing you want to know is the range of your torpedoes. Ideally, you want your torpedoes to come from stealth, where nobody knows that you're there and suddenly torpedoes pop up. There's a greater chance of you actually hitting something. So to find that out, you now also hold down the control key and move your mouse over this little torpedo thing at the bottom here. And another info window will pop up and it'll tell you what your torpedo stats are. In this case, on my Fubuki, I have a 90-second reload timer. I do 20,967 max damage. Torpedo speed is 67 knots, and my torpedoes have a 10-kilometer range. So I have a pretty large invisitorp range, where I will be invisible and I can throw torpedoes. So that is the essential information that you have to know. Next thing, of course, is your actual torpedoes themselves. So typically when you first start to use torpedoes and you press the 3 for torpedoes, you will see a very wide spread. To fix this, to get the narrow spread, just press 3 again and you'll get the narrow spread. So wide spread, narrow spread. So there are advantages for both of them. Wide spread, if you're using
Just so you're aware, a lot of this is pretty basic information. Um, so obviously a lot of this stuff is information that I'm already aware of. I don't know where he gets in. I don't know if he'll get into any like intermediate or advanced techniques or anything along those lines at that point. So I'm just kind of letting this video go. He's already 2 minutes and 45 seconds into the video. So he's covering the basics. That's fine. I'm not gonna jump ahead because um, like I said, I don't know where his intermediate play comes in. So I'd rather not try to do a jumping around trying to scan where it starts. Okay, so
For something up close where your spread isn't going to spread out too much and you want to just cover the maximum area and hope for the lucky hit or two, it's okay to use the widespread. However, you don't want to use widespread against a target at range. Your torpedoes generally will spread out a lot. There'll be a lot of open space for the enemy ships to dodge, and it's just not all that effective. So what you want to do is that when you're dealing with targets, especially at range, you want to use a narrow spread but create a nice big wall of torpedoes. But I'll get to that in a second. It's a little bit more advanced. Another important piece of information is the predictive white bar, and you get this by locking onto a ship. Typically speaking, if you aim at a ship, you automatically will lock on. However, there is a way to manually change it to other ships that you want to see information for. The predictive bar basically provides the following bits of information. Assuming the enemy ship keeps at a certain speed in a certain direction, by the time your torpedoes get to that point, they will hit. It's basically what it's predicting. It's going to give you a path to shoot at. Again, you can also change to different ships by pressing the X key so you can get different predictive bars. This predictive bar is very, very useful typically when you first start playing, and for one reason and different reasons when you're slightly higher up in the tiers. When you first start playing, when a lot of ships are still sailing in straight lines, if you fire at the predictive white bar, you do tend to get a couple of hits here and there. However, when you get up to the higher tiers, if you aim at the predictive bar, it's a lot harder to get hits because enemy ships tend to be maneuvering more, there's a lot more changes in direction and speed, and so if you aim at the white bar, you tend to miss a lot. So at the higher tiers, what you have to do is use the white bar as a reference point and say, okay, this is what the ship is doing now. Is the bar giving me any information? Is it moving to one side, showing me a turn, a change in speed, etc.? And can I use that to lay a nice big wall? Of course, in this instance, I am in a training room with a stationary bot, so of course, if I fire my torpedoes down the white torpedo assistance path, they are going to hit the enemy ship that's sitting there in the distance, not moving. Of course, if you are in battle and you run into enemy ships that sail in a completely straight line, then the effect is exactly the same. If the enemy ship doesn't do anything to change course, slow down, speed up, and they just sail in a nice straight line, then torpedoes aimed at that predictor path are going to hit as well. So as you can see, the torpedoes are heading towards this bot North Carolina, and yeah, you'll see most of those torpedoes are going to hit. There's a reason why more of the experienced players in the game, when they are running into people who just start the game, they keep saying don't sail in straight lines, because sailing in straight lines is making you a very, very easy torpedo target. Now, on occasion, you're still going to run into these types of players in battle. They're not as common at the higher tiers, although at the lower to mid tiers, you do tend to still see them quite a lot. And one of the ways, I guess,
that's the reason why you'll still kind of spot them from time to time is, you know, in my particular opinion, either one, they don't want to learn, they just kind of play it on the casual and don't really care, or two, they are most likely brand new players who basically rushed up to the higher tiers and haven't really grinded to an understanding of why they're making that mistake. So, I mean, there could be other reasons as well. Maybe they purchased, uh, maybe they purchased a brand new tier 10 ship and just decided, hey, I'm going to get into a tier 10 match and get absolutely decimated. So, um, but yeah.
to sort of see these players is, let's say you're in a match with them and you're watching them play. take a look at how they behave. Are they maneuvering a lot? Are they generally keeping a nice straight course? What are they doing? So in this particular battle, there was an enemy Colorado. Now I am very, very close to this enemy Colorado, and seemingly nothing's happening on the Colorado's end, just still sailing in a nice straight line. I'm just looking at him like, this seems to be one of those opportunities where I can just simply fire most of my torpedoes at the white bar. And that's kind of what I do, with one tiny exception. Now, that one exception where I fired it a little bit short is just potentially considering that if the Colorado slowed down or turned a little bit, then I'm still going to get some hits. As you can tell, this is a very narrow wall where my torpedoes are very, very close together. And if you take a look at the position of the enemy Colorado, not much maneuvering. And you'll see that the first salvo that I launched a bit short completely misses. And of course, the ones I fired at the predictive line all hit home, and I get myself a kill. Remember, do not sail in straight lines, or else destroyers are just going to do this to you constantly. Of course, as you go higher up the tiers, a lot of players are going to start turning more, they're going to slow down, change direction, they're going to do more things to frustrate the destroyers, so what can you do then? And this is where torpedo walls really become useful. So let's take a look at this particular situation, where if the ship was going on the white line, that would be normal speed. If the ship were to go to the blue line, they would be slowing down, or they're turning in. So in this kind of scenario, what you will see if you're playing the destroyer is that your white line will start to move, and it will move towards the enemy ship. So that tells you that the enemy ship is slowing down or it's turning in. So what you do in this particular case is you don't aim at the white line because you'll definitely miss. What you do is you predict roughly where that turn will take the enemy ship, and you fire a torpedo wall between that point, and also you fire it to where, let's say, the enemy ship now were to turn back or to start accelerating again, to where the white line would be in the event that the enemy ship tries to speed up again or just levels out. By doing this and creating a nice wall, in theory, if the enemy ship tries anything, they're at least going to take maybe a torpedo or two. Now, remember that once you get up to the higher tiers, yes, devastating strikes are fantastic, and if you can get them, great. But a lot of times, just by hitting a torpedo, flooding the enemy ship, and forcing them to burn their damage control is pretty deadly, especially if you can follow up with fires or something like that.
Mhm.
The other half of this, of course, is when the enemy ship is speeding up or turning out, in which case the effect on the little white line is you'll see that it starts moving away from the enemy ship, indicating that they're speeding up, or in certain circumstances, let's say in this kind of scenario, where the enemy ship is heading away from you and then turns out in order to pull level again. And of course, when they pull out and they finish their turn, they're going to start accelerating again, and therefore you're going to see that white line shift. In this kind of scenario, you create a wall that starts roughly where the white line is and extends out to where you think the ship, when it fully accelerates, will be. So you create a nice big wall there, so just in case the ship actually slows down a little bit, it's still going to run into your wall.
So so bear in mind here that he's talking. I'm currently at like the 9:45 mark. Okay, so just for reference for any of you that are kind of curious as to where I'm at. Um, you know, he's talking about a lot of you know uh, where you think the ship is going to be. Okay, the whole slowing down or speeding up. He's talking about you're trying to figure out where the ship might be. Okay, so it's not an exact science here. Obviously, shooting it at the white line, the white cone indicator is not ideal. It's not going to be giving you the strikes that you absolutely need because, like for example, if this is like the white cone, okay, like like right there, okay, and the ship starts accelerating, like for example, it just um if you're at if you're at a good distance away, okay, and the battleship's just kind of stationary, and you have your white cone, and it starts accelerating, it starts moving forward, okay, the torpedoes that you launch here will just kind of go past it, okay, will just kind of shoot behind the battleship, okay, so that's the reason why he's talking about, give yourself a little bit of a window there to kind of shoot in front of the battleship a little bit, so it comes up to a point of contact. Okay, so will it work? Again, it's not always 100% guaranteed, but as he mentioned before, even if you get a single torpedo strike in, you're doing some good.
Alright, so let's take a look at a gameplay example. Now I've slowed this video down quite a bit because if I was to do this at regular speed, it happens very, very quickly and I wouldn't get a chance to explain everything. So take a look at the minimap and you'll see right there, there is a last known position indicator for an enemy battleship. There is also an island there, and I'm going to use that island to my advantage because it's going to help me predict the enemy ship's movement. Now, what I want you to focus on is I want you to focus on when the enemy battleship reappears as a red indicator on my minimap. And I want you to pay attention to the slight position change and also then try to predict how he's likely to play that section of the map in that particular position. So take a look, there you go, the red battleship pops up and it looks like he's actually turned in order to come onto this side of the island. This puts this enemy Scharnhorst in a pretty bad position because now with the island to his port side, he can't turn that way unless he wants to beach himself. So he's got two options. One, he turns in more, or two, he tries to get to the end of the island and then turns away. So my prediction is he probably doesn't want to run into three enemy ships, so he's probably going to want to try to get behind the island. So what I do is I'm predicting that by the time he gets to the end of the island, he's going to have to turn out. And by turning out, he's going to regain some speed. So what I do is I lay a nice big wall that's away from the white indicator, the white lead assist. And you'll see that what ends up happening is I create a nice little wall of torpedoes, waiting for that Scharnhorst to get to the end of the island.
Now, um, here's something that I'm kind of curious about right at the moment. Okay, I'm currently at 11:25 in his video right now. Um, his white indicator line was basically showing where the Scharnhorst was going to be ending up if it's remained in the same um, if it kept going in a straight line. Okay, if it kept going in a straight line at the same speed, then great. Okay. But he he changed his position a little bit so that it would be um, it, his torpedoes would be launched out as though the Scharnhorst is picking up speed. Um, Now I'm kind of curious about that because who's to say that the Scharnhorst isn't already going at full speed at this point? Um, so um, So if he kept on going and the same path that he was going, which I mean, as I Chase Gaming was kind of talking about, um, you know, if if he didn't change his direction or anything along those lines, those torpedoes would go right in front of him, and you wouldn't get any kind of strike in. Okay. Um, what he's saying though is because the Scharnhorst is going to be kind of turning it away, then that gives it, obviously when a battleship turns, it slows down, okay? So you're gonna have a little bit of a problem there, okay? But at the same time, um, his prediction is that because it's turning away, these torpedoes that were kind of shot in front might end up connecting later. Um, it once again, it all depends on where the Scharnhorst is kind of going towards. Um, you know, iChase Gaming is uh, making the assumption that the Scharnhorst will try to run away from the three enemy ships, but at the same time, um, it might decide that um, it's already kind of put itself in a really bad position anyway, and therefore it may want to just try to go down in a blaze of glory somehow. Okay, it might try to angle itself towards the other battleships and try to lessen the amount of damage that it might be taking that way. So, his torpedo strikes right here seem a little um, it leaves a lot of room. Okay, so and I mean the the first video that I watched, he probably would have criticized this particular move a little bit. I would imagine. Okay, I would imagine the older iChase would probably look at this maneuver and go, well, it probably could have done a little bit better. Probably could have gotten a little bit closer. Figured out where exactly he was gonna be at and adjusted a little bit better on that. Probably.
Now, every time you're playing with torpedoes, I mean, it is taking guesses at what the enemy ship is going to do. It's not a perfect science. Of course, the Scharnhorst could have decided that, nah, I'm just going to turn in and I'm going to engage instead of turning out and trying to escape. It's always possible that you have players that do the opposite of what you thought they would do. And of course, then in that case, you might miss. In this particular case, my guess was correct. The Scharnhorst did not want to fight all of these enemy ships and actually wanted to turn away, and so got to the end of the island and started to pull level, and of course my torpedoes were there to greet him, and all these torpedoes were able to hit home and I was able to get myself the kill. Different match and similar principles. Now in this particular match I actually wasn't even able to render the enemy target, so I couldn't even get the lock on and I wasn't able to get the lead assist, but using the map and seeing where the choke point is, I was able to zone off this enemy battleship as well. Take a quick look at the minimap and you see that battleship heading in the southwesterly direction, and it looks like it's probably going to try to pass through the little gap between these two islands. So at the present point, the battleship is turned in. My guess is in order to transit that point effectively, that battleship will eventually have to turn out. So what I do is I lay a nice big wall of torpedoes from pretty much where he's likely to first come into that area, and then of course to where he's going to turn out. So lay a nice big wall of torpedoes, and of course in this particular case I'm playing a Shimakaze, so lots of torpedoes to make a wall with, and this wall will be quite big, and it's going to be very hard for this enemy ship to deal with this many torpedoes, especially when you're in a big sluggish battleship at tier 10. So take a look. There we go. There goes my torpedoes, and I will give you the aerial view, and you see it's a nice wide wall. And this gross curve first is coming in. Of course, this gross curve first could have turned the other way, but again, you have to analyze the map to see where the battleship might go, because maybe the other point isn't so attractive. So on the map, there is a cruiser and two other battleships there. Maybe the gross curve first didn't want to just go in there and solo those ships by himself, so probably wanted to team up with the other tier 10 German battleship. So try to transit this little area, and as you can tell, not a good place to be with this many torps heading towards him. Gross Kurfürst actually makes that predicted move that I thought he would eventually do, which is to turn out, and of course by
All right. Um, Now, I don't. I'm stopping the video at the 14-minute mark. Now, Um, a couple seconds ago, um, iChase Gaming's torpedoes, two of them hit the island. Um, hit the the island that is to the west of that particular channel. Okay. Now, if the Gross Kurfürst um, doesn't have these torpedoes detected at this particular point in time, which is like I think about 3 kilometers away from them at this point, I believe, um, give or take. If he'd spotted those torpedo hits on the island, if he saw the explosions, okay, which you can see by the way, then he would know that there was incoming torpedoes, okay, and he would adjust himself accordingly to try to avoid it. But not all battleships are like that. Not all battleships are um, they're focused on their particular target a lot of times. I mean, I'm a battleship captain, I know. Okay, so you might not spot the torpedoes exploding on an island at a distance. Okay, that's one of the reasons why um, a lot of the times I kind of pull myself out of that, binocular view. Okay, looking at a particular target. Okay, you don't want to be in that particular view all the time because you're just gonna allow um, for an enemy to get close to you and strike you. Okay, you need to have that map awareness and even having an understanding of where enemy torpedoes are coming from. You know, so yeah.
Turning out, he's going to start accelerating again, but he's going to show me a nice big broadside, and there's no avoiding this wall of torpedoes. It actually gets worse for this tier 10 German battleship because a divisional destroyer with me at the time launched another but tighter wave behind my wave. So we got this battleship good. There was just nothing this battleship could do. Eats a bunch of torpedoes and is going to get sunk rather early in the game.
Okay, don't need that commercial.
Another example, and this time there is a Tirpitz and a New Orleans, and they're pretty much the last two major surface ships on the enemy team. And then have one cap, and of course our team is on the other side at B and C. So my guess is, in this particular case, that because the New Orleans is very, very close to the Tirpitz, it's going to hinder the Tirpitz's movement. So what I do is I make a wall, and this time starting at the white marker, and I'm going to go towards the enemy ship, because the only real change that they can do, because the New Orleans I think is going to really stop the Tirpitz from turning out, so the Tirpitz's only real option is going to be turning in. So I fire at the white marker, and then I fire one a little bit short of the white marker, just in case the Tirpitz turns in a little bit. I'm also, of course, hoping that the New Orleans on the other side potentially might take a torpedo as well, assuming that it carries on in the same path. Hence why you saw one of my salvos be a little bit to the outside of the white marker. So there we go, a nice little torpedo wall. Not super tight, but at the same time not really spread out either. And you'll see that the enemy ships, well, they are going to run into a little bit of trouble. The Tirpitz, I think, detects the torpedo, starts to turn in a little bit, but that last salvo that I put out, the one where I compensated for the turn in, I managed to hit two of my torpedoes there. The New Orleans smartly turns away and almost was able to dodge all of my torpedoes. Could have threaded that little gap there, but one little mistake and managed to land my third torpedo hit. And so that particular wall laid correctly, forced the enemy team into positions they didn't like, and also forced them to take some torpedoes, which is really the point of torpedo walls. It's not always about trying to score as much damage as you can. Sometimes you're just trying to zone people away as well, and that's something as a torpedo boat you really have to think about. If you can zone the enemy team out of certain objectives like caps and things like that, you can swing the battle in your favor. Two final things to mention, and just to remind everybody, if you happen to get into a close-up engagement where you have to use your torpedoes and the enemy ship turns out, so turns away from you, remember to lead your torpedoes ahead of the white indicator. Because what ends up happening if you fired at the white indicator is that the enemy ship will turn out, accelerate, and all of your torpedoes are just going to barely miss the enemy ship by going under their stern or just behind their ship. So do remember to lead a little bit ahead. The other one, of course, deals mainly with Japanese cruisers, and I guess destroyers to a certain extent. If the enemy ship is chasing you, or they're coming towards you, and let's say they're 11 kilometers away in this picture, but you have 10-kilometer torpedoes, you can actually fire them because the ship is actually coming towards you. And at the point that you fire your torpedoes will have 10-kilometer effective range. Yes, at that particular time when you fired them, the ship was 11 kilometers away, but as they close towards you, by the time they get to where your torpedoes are going to be, they're potentially under 10 kilometers already, and your torpedoes are going to be good enough in terms of their range, and they're going to hit, and they're going to do a lot of damage. And that does it for this Captain's Academy episode. Hope.
All right. So, um, got some decent information out of that. Um, Now, I don't know whether or not, like, iChase Gaming was talking about, backing your ship up into a camp. Okay. That might not be effective 100% of the time. So just bear that in mind. Okay. Um, if if the situation is that there's like no one around, then that might be fine. But that might not always be the case either. So, um, so I would imagine that he would basically say, use it if you're certain that, you're not being detected. Um, there's no like ships in the immediate vicinity, which, again, you know, plays off of these particular skill caps here. The priority target and the radio location. Okay. Um, both of those will become very handy when you're talking about, where these ships are located at. So just kind of bear that in mind. Um, so um, so yeah, to kind of get a visual of what iChase Gaming is talking about. I would recommend going to his channel, doing a subscription, liking and watching his videos. I've already mentioned his first one. His second one here is the World of Warships Captain's Academy number 33, How to Torpedo. So, um, if you want to get better at playing World of Warships, that that is a resource that you can use. Um, you know, and a lot of his advice was pretty much on point, if in my particular opinion. But again, I'm a casual player, so just kind of take that with a grain of salt here. Okay. I don't know what his stats are in terms of being a destroyer captain, but at the same time, he's doing a lot better than me if he's getting like 14 torpedo strikes. Now, granted, he was using the Shrimkaze that dumps a ton of torpedoes, but still, okay. Um, you know, he I don't think he launched a single spread of torpedoes that didn't hit at least once. And as he mentioned, that's a good torpedo spread. So yeah. All right. So I think what I'm going to do now, let's go ahead and close off that browser. Don't really need it. Um, I'm going to do a little bit of practice. Okay. So I'm not gonna get into a random battle. I'm not gonna do a co-op battle because um, this doesn't give me any kind of um, you know, this would be a trial by fire kind of scenario. Okay, I wouldn't be able to get any good effective torpedo strikes in this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a training session on this one. Okay, now I'm going to be going up against bots. Okay, so it's not going to be perfect in that. Um, Come on, what's going on here? It's not going to be perfect in that. Um, I'm facing off against bots and not against you know actual players. Okay, actual players are going to be maneuvering a little bit more and you know adjusting where they go a little bit more than the bots. Okay, bots just go straight into a camp and there you go, kind of thing. But um, you know, if I want to practice with torpedoes, then I'm gonna want to try to do a little bit more of a um, um, I'm gonna want to try to figure out the figure out what to do kind of a thing. Or, I want some amount of practice on this. So, um, let's see. Some amount of ideas as to, um, what to kind of work on overall. So, yeah, let's just stick with just ocean. Um, I don't know what the tournament domination versus domination is all about, but we'll just do that for now. So, um, so bot is moving, bot is not armed. We're gonna keep their AI at high. Um, let's see. Be great if I can um, have some of these as um, a little bit more of um, a randomization a little bit more on this. Um, so I'm gonna kind of select that if I can. Hmm, don't really need that chat window. Go put the chat window away. Don't need it. Alright. Um, Okay, we're just gonna kind of throw down a lot of um, tier 5 ships. So, and this is going to be a lot of, um, so far I'm adding a lot of, the destroyers and cruisers, but, that's okay. And we'll start getting into the, um, oh, add that in. So that was the Jaguar. Meal, add you in. And battleships. 5, add you in. Now I'm not getting them to fire at me. I just want to get a sense of where to aim my torpedoes, and that's it. Okay, I don't need um I don't need them to um I don't need them to shoot at me. So let's see. Battleships, Iron Duke. Let's see. Aircraft carriers. Oop. And we're just gonna put in the tier for Hermes there. And I mean, I guess I could probably put in the tier 6 as well. But nah, let's go on and just move on to something else. Let's just put in another destroyer in there. Okay. So, um, we're gonna stick with Matsuki here, and we're just gonna kind of just gonna ready up on that, and we're just gonna go ahead and battle. Now, I didn't make them armed, so they're not gonna be attacking me. Okay, but I'm allowing them to maneuver around. Okay, so um, the potential of them um, um, ramming into me it could be quite the possibility. So I need to make sure that I don't have that happen. I don't know whether or not their AA guns are going to be going off. I don't think they do when they're not armed. So I think I'm going to be good, or not AA guns. Their secondaries. So I think I'm going to be fine on that one as well. Um, so they're not going to be shooting at me, but this is going to kind of allow for me to work on my torpedo shots a little bit. Try to figure out um, where I can throw my torpedo spread down and get a little bit more, get a little bit better on the predictive nature of torpedo shots versus what um, what I've been doing in the past. So now they have the potential of winning here in that um, they could take over these camp circles and win on points. Um, Hopefully I can sink these guys before that happens, but yeah, that might not always happen. So, alright. So as you can kind of see, here's where that's where it's kind of going towards, but um, and I'm being detected right now, so that's not exactly ideal. Now this guy's just kind of going in a straight line already, so I mean I could just kind of throw that shot down. Now this guy is kind of turning in, so I'm gonna kind of put it behind and see if oh, he actually stopped. Interesting. Okay. Obviously that's not gonna happen in any particular uh, at any particular match, so and he threaded the needle and he stopped early, so all my shots were incorrect. So, and he's just kind of staying there, which is kind of unfortunate. That doesn't really help me all that much. So, um, obviously, if I was in a real match, I'd be torn apart already. But um, they're all coming towards this. All right, one strike, one strike, another strike. Okay.
Enemy destroyer foundered.
They're all here. Ah, leave me alone. Yeah, this doesn't really work out very well because this doesn't really give me an idea as to where um, these guys aren't maneuvering nearly as much as I really kind of want them to. So this doesn't really help me all that much. Oh, see, he sped up a little bit, so and I was focused on the wrong person on that one. I'm being detected. No, really? You don't say. Alright. Map awareness, map awareness. Alright, we're gonna shoot a spread ahead of this guy because he's probably gonna try to go forward to avoid the torpedoes. Got got one of them. Got him. Killed him by flooding. So, not. I mean, I'm 7 minutes in and I've only gotten 2 kills so far out of the 12. So again, not not a great start on this, but there we go. I led him a little bit more, so yeah, I'm gonna dump some torpedoes down in front of that guy. Now I'm probably gonna be missing the destroyer there, but um, so not exactly deal on that. So nope, missed that. It was a little too gung-ho on where to kind of throw the torpedoes down on that. So, alright. Let's kind of put that behind because let's see if that guy slows down a little bit or turns away from the torpedoes. So, or runs into the cruiser and slows him down. There we go. I actually got both of them on that one. Don't think I'm gonna be hitting that guy. He's moving too much to the right. I really kind of wanted to angle the spread a little bit more in front of him, but nope. Alright, let's see. Put a spread down that way. You know, one hitting the knight, but the other two like right in front of him. So if he does start moving forward, he's gonna take it and torpedo. So. Alright. Let's try the same exact maneuver here. Have one within the within sight range, or like within the window of strike, and then a couple that are in front. So if he does move forward, enemy destroyer sunk. So one strike. He's kind of hoping for two, but that's okay. He maneuvered quite a bit to uh, to try to avoid. So. And no strike. Okay, he was able to avoid those. dump some torpedoes down that way. There we go.
Enemy battleship destroyed.
Now, torpedo speed is obviously something that you also kind of want to take into account because, um, the amount of time that it takes for it to go forward and strike the enemy, versus them maneuvering is something that, you're gonna have to kind of take into consideration a little bit. So, now, you know, normally it's best to, you know, in my very limited experience, don't shoot torpedoes when it's like straight down there, um, you know, when they're already kind of facing you, kind of thing, or um, try to do it in such a way where um, you're aiming for their broadside a little bit more.
Enemy cruiser
Um,
foundered.
because if you kind of shoot it right down, um, like their stern or their bow, it's gonna allow them um, to maneuver out of it, and you may get one strike in, but typically, more often than not, yeah, you don't get so lucky sometimes. So, you know, if they know how to maneuver, I mean, you could do it in such a way where um, you create a wall. So here, let me try to do that here. Let me wait for my second set to finish loading. So we're gonna do one there and one there. Um, but um,
Enemy destroyer
that
blown up.
it might not always be um, you might not always be lucky in that regard. If you're like, shooting, here, let me kind of let me get myself in a position uh, where I'm kind of talking about it a little bit. So here, okay, let me get myself into a position where I'm pretty much right behind them, and there we go. All right, so if I fire torpedoes at this guy right now, he has a potential of going on either side of it and avoiding them. So you can do like one set there and change the direction a little bit to kind of have, you know, to try to kind of fill in those gaps a little bit. Now, the torpedoes that I just kind of launched aren't exactly, well,
Enemy destroyer blown up.
um, the aim, um, the aim wasn't great in that, um, you know, I only had one, the chance of only one torpedo hitting, which it did in this particular case. Um, you know, what was it? You know, that's the only likelihood of you actually getting anything. So 1 out of 3, not that great. So typically, always you want to try to go for those broadside hits versus the um, you know uh,
The enemy is about to win.
versus the uh,
Smoke generator started.
the facing off against
Engine boost activated.
you typically want to just kind of be able to um, you want to try to go for that broadside hits
Smoke screen
so
set.
that you can potentially get the uh, get more torpedo strikes in. Whereas if you just did it, when you're facing, you're only gonna maybe get one strike in. Now, I'm probably gonna lose because um, I don't know exactly where the aircraft carrier is. Now, I could, because I set it to maneuver around the map, it could be anywhere. Now, it could be sitting, um, it could be sitting in its original spot. Um, you know, right, right over there somewhere. Um, or it could have like maneuvered like over at sea. I'm not sure. The Because it's pretty much gone radio silent in that um, you know, it's not firing, or it's not maneuvering itself anywhere within my detection range or anything along those lines. Um, I could, um, I could really kind of be
Engine boost
um,
deactivated.
shooting myself in the foot here a little bit because, um, you know, it could be anywhere on the map. Now, when you're in an actual honest to gosh battle with these individuals with these ships, for CVs, you look at their where their fighters are coming from.
Our victory is
Okay,
in sight.
and it shows where the fighters are coming from and where they're going back to. Okay, don't be afraid to look at the map to see where their returning fighters are going towards, because um, that could kind of give you an idea as to where
Smoke
um,
generator started.
that gives you a clear indicator where the aircraft carrier is. So now it's not at sea, and
Smoke
I
screen
haven't
set.
spotted it anywhere else. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically look at you know where they originally spawned in. Now, am I going to be able to defeat the aircraft carrier? Probably not, now that I've captured point C. But I wanted to know whether or not their aircraft carrier was going to move on me or not. So I may win on points alone on this, but we're gonna use the speed boost here to try to
Engine
see
boost
if we can get
activated.
down into their spawn zone a little bit faster. But yeah, I'm probably gonna win on points before I can get down into a position where I can actually throw torpedoes down at them. So And they would have won on points if I had not stopped the collection of points from them as well. So, um, yeah, it's looking like I'm not going to be able to spot them. Yep, there it goes. Mission done. So, I'm hoping that this training does not actually affect my overall stats for the ship. I'm gonna check that real quick. Yes, training room will be deleted. That's fine. Don't need that. Okay. Profile. See. Right. Okay. So this on. Oh, actually, this is looking at random battle stats. Battle stats. 5% victories. Yep. Um, but yeah, this is co-op battles. They're not showing the the stats on training. That's good. That's fine. So okay. Um, what's the next step here? Co-op battle is just gonna be just kind of about the same for as the training in that um, you're I'm still gonna be kind of faced off against bots that are gonna be pretty much going in kind of like straight line that will actually be stopping. So throwing torpedoes down at them are going to be a little bit um, it's going to be kind of similar to the training, although they're going to be firing back, obviously. So, um, hmm. Hello, Twitch. I'll go ahead and open up that container. Yay, some more flags and like, yay. Thank you, Twitch. Appreciate it. Okay. Um, so how am I gonna do this? What do I want to do? Let's go ahead and let's stick with the co-op battles on this, okay? Because you know, um, just that training session alone, I was still missing torpedo strikes from them maneuvering around a little bit. Okay, so um, obviously it gets harder when they start shooting at you. So um, and um, I need to get a little bit better in predicting my shots and staying out of harm's way a little bit more. So, so let's go ahead and go into an actual co-op battle and see what we can kind of do with that. Now, it would be great if I get put into a match where um, I'm like the only person on my side kind of thing versus everybody else that's a bot, but yeah, that's not always going to be the case. So,
Construction stations.
Let's see.
Hey,
Hey there, Gabe. How you doing there, bud?
good. I was hoping to do something funny, but I decided against it.
Okay. What were you thinking about doing?
I like it. Funny moment, teacher moment.
Oh, a future moment? What?
uh, like a funny teacher moment.
Okay. Oh, there we go. First spot right there. Now, once again, they they are maneuvering away. The 10 kilometers is still kind of a thing on that, so let's kind of move the torpedoes in such a way where they're kind of going away. Now, the Atlanta is coming up pretty fast behind me, so I need to kind of stay away from its detection range. So kind of run away from it and see what we can do. See if those torpedoes actually strike the Nuremberg and the like. But it's not looking great. Yeah, my torpedoes aren't gonna work on that one. No, I want the Atlanta, thank you. Okay. I'm aiming a little behind to see whether or not he's gonna kind of turn. See if he turns towards me a little bit. He does not. Damn. That's one of the problems with the um, with these guys. Oop, I'm being detected.
Protect the base. Concentrate fire on the enemy warship.
Alright. He's still kind of going in the same kind of direction as me. So, but he's still um, nope.
Our team has taken the lead.
Do some invasive maneuvers here. There we go.
Enemy cruiser foundered.
Alright. Now we can actually get super close to the New Mexico. That was the only ship that I was able to actually get any kind of torpedoes hits on them. So that's kind of unfortunate, um, but I'm trying a little bit better on looking for where these guys are gonna be kind of winding up at. So
Smoke generator started. Smoke screen set.
Okay, see, he's maneuvering around a little bit to try to come after me a little bit. So yeah, he's coming straight for me. So this isn't exactly a great position for me though, because he's coming straight for me. Um, it's not gonna allow for me um, to get a whole ton of torpedo hits on him. So see, he threaded the needle on both of them. So
For interrupting, I'm playing a custom battle, and all of a sudden, a tank destroyer, maybe a battleship, decides to fly.
what decides to fly?
And I'm playing a custom battle, and I think a battleship decides to fly.
Okay then. That's a little odd, but sure.
War Thunder physics is weird.
Yeah, I just the fact that you're telling me a battleship can fly is just yeah.
Not it could fly, trying to fly. It was just spinning up in the air. It was nothing.
Yeah, that's not great.
Here
Okay.
he goes again.
So my torpedo strikes weren't all that great again. Now I was able to hit a few more times than normal on that, but we should we should continue to practice a little bit because this is um, you know, the torpedo strikes weren't exactly ideal, so we need to kind of practice a little bit more. Now it'd be great if I can get a match where I didn't have to worry about um, you know, my entire team destroying the other side, but mm, 9 ships on their side doesn't really help either. Oh well. Let's see. I got a cruiser AI with me. Okay.
Battle starts.
So let's kind of speed up a little bit here.
Engine boost activated.
Get up to full speed so that we can get to the front a little bit faster. So we don't have to worry about the cruiser kind of being a pain. Alright. Now what I could have done with the battleship was probably try to get it to where I could maneuver around it, around um, to its port side, and I could have tried to maybe dump um, uh, come on, damn it. You know, dumped torpedoes down that particular side, but okay.
He finally got
So
me.
putting it slightly behind the Acosta there to see if he's gonna kind of turn towards me a little bit, but so far doesn't seem like he is. And but I was able to get and those torpedoes in such a fashion where it might have hit the cruiser, but
Engine boost
yeah, he
deactivated.
was able to thread that Eagle as well. So that wasn't great. Okay, he's maneuvering towards me. So that's not exactly ideal. I'm still being detected, which isn't exactly ideal. Oh, okay. Let's not have that.
Problem solved, sir.
Okay. He's going in the same speed and direction, so
We've destroyed an enemy cruiser.
Our team has
alright.
taken the lead.
We need to kind of stay away from these guys, you know, being detected. And if I do get detected, then I need to kind of set up my smoke screen so that, you know, while they may come after me directly, which it's still looking like they are still kind of angling towards me, even though I haven't actually been detected yet. I mean, they're probably thinking to themselves, you know, well, they're bots, so I mean, not much I can really do about that anyway. Um, but they're probably going, okay, well, we need to go towards where it might be. So, alright, let's go ahead and throw some torpedoes down that way for that, um,
Our team
for
has
that
taken the
Petrov,
lead.
or Petrov? Ah, oh, it's turning away. It's turning towards me right at the moment. That's not great. It's gonna completely avoid the torpedoes in that case. I was expecting it to go south, but it keeps on following me. It's like, wait, what? Is the AI cheating? Is that is that what's happening right now? They're actually cheating. They're not detecting me whatsoever, but yet they're still kind of following me. It's like, really? Okay, well, we'll throw some torpedoes down for them trying to follow me a little bit so that they change their course, you know, more towards me then, if that's the case. If they're really going to follow me, then I'll put some torpedoes in their path. So, and we'll see how many of them will actually. Yeah, they're following me. What the hell? Wargaming, fix your shit.
It's kind of like War Thunder. Sometimes I get like bullshit games.
I got one torpedo strike out of that volley. Oh well.
Engine boost activated.
Just gonna throw some more torpedoes down. Angle it in such a way where if they do turn towards me again, then... Oh, I'm going off the map. That's not great. Don't have that. I don't need my engine to slow down on me, especially when they're like right on my tail. Well, my cruiser companion died, so... And my torpedoes completely missed. God damn it, man. Okay. I'm gonna have to kind of completely shoot in a direction that is outside the marker, so you know, away from the white indicator and see if I can actually get some shots in on that one. So nope, completely missed. Hey, hey. Every time it looks as though I'm um
Engine boost deactivated.
you know, I should be getting some strikes in. It doesn't always work out that way. So alright. I mean, this allowed me to get some different one strike. Damn it. Uh, this allowed me the chance to kind of get a little bit more um, familiar with the
Smoke generator started.
let's see. Ow. God damn it, man. See, these two are, you know, really after me right at the moment. And, um, oh my god. My torpedoes just, I'm so bad at these torpedoes. It's like, you know, every time I think that I'm, um, getting to a point where I can, ah, damn it, man. Only 4 torpedo strikes on that one. Hmm. Okay. Well, we'll try this again. You know, I thought, you know, I needed to kind of aim. Well, I wasn't really aiming for the right ship, so the indicator was showing the one in the very background. If you're playing music, mute yourself, Gabe, please.
In the background.
I know, but I still get copyright strikes with that, man. I've gotten copyright strikes from my landlord playing the TV in the background. So I'd rather not have to worry about that. Okay. So all right. We only got about 4 human players on this one, so this gives me a little bit more of a chance on that. So um, don't worry, I've already set it up so that you can't spam it there, Gabe. So
Action stations.
that I disabled the I disabled it for like one use only, one use per stream. So it should be disabled for you now. All right. So now with this one, uh, okay, so he's going in this general direction right at the moment. So see if he gets to a point where um, he turns in my general direction.
I would, if there was like a canal day, I would just shoot it and throw the torpedoes down there. So it would cut them off. Hopefully you get a hit or two.
Yeah, but it doesn't always work out that way though. That's the problem. As much as I might think that it might give me what I need, oh shit.
Smoke generator started.
Um,
The ship is on fire. Problem solved, sir. Our team has taken the lead.
Enemy cruiser destroyed.
okay. Oh, I'm turning the wrong way.
Nice kill.
Thank you. And the Omaha is going into a spot where my torpedoes can actually kill him, so let's not. He's dropping his torpedoes. Oh, he's dead. Okay. So oh, damn it. I didn't mean for that to happen. The the indicator shifts when you're um when it when it gets um when the torpedoes load, the the indicator shifts um for that loading sequence. So you know um so I'm not able to get um you know, where I line it up at that particular point in time doesn't always work in my favor, like afterwards. So it's really kind of annoying in that regard. Okay. I'm probably not going to get to the Koenig in time,
Engine
so
boost
I'm gonna see
activated.
if I can maybe drop some torpedoes down for that Omaha up there, and see if I can maybe um, hit it for a little bit of damage. Now, it's kind of going back and forth because it's like, hey, I'm going to stay in this particular region. Um, but it's not really maneuvering all that much. So, yeah, we're going to do that. Now, I'm being detected. Yeah, he's moving back behind the island again. God damn it, my torpedoes are missing. Hey, okay, well, I guess I'll try to go after that Koenig and Hosher now. Uh, oh, the Koenig's dead. Okay, well, that's just lovely. AI players in their rhyming. Oh well. The other players are gonna be able to take out the host show before I can get there to it, so it's pretty much pointless at this point. But I mean, I'll still go in that general
Engine
direction,
boost deactivated.
but yeah, it's not. It's gonna take me a while to get to them and to throw torpedoes down. See, once again, one torpedo hit out of the bunch that I launched out, and that's not a good average. It's not a good average, so I need to work on that more. So I need to be able to figure out, or I need to be able to kind of predict better where where the ships are going to be, you know, when it comes to the torpedoes. So, hey there, Jedi. How you doing there, bud? How's your day been? You know, let's just go south. Oh, okay. Yeah, they finished off that aircraft carrier. I knew that they were going to, so it wasn't all that much. They not the best. That's unfortunate to hear. Yeah, see, all everybody else did better than me. So I need to be better. Now, granted, I focused a lot of my attention on torpedo strikes because that's what I need to kind of practice on. But so I probably could have done better if I switched over to my guns. But that's not the point of it. You know, I'm trying to get better. I'm already okay enough as it is with my guns. It's the torpedo strikes that I need to get better at. So even if I get the the lowest ranking and the like, um, you know, that's all well and good because I'm still trying to figure out, you know, what is the best,
Action stations.
you know, what do I need to do to get better with the torpedo strikes? Um,
I owe you one.
Now, you know, in the past, you know, just throwing torpedo strikes down, you know, in between islands. You know, that's what I did in the past. And while it might have been good as a like a preventative, like, hey, you know, hey, here's some torpedoes, and it scares them that, hey, there's someone kind of guarding that particular channel. Um, you know, I think there was only one time where when I actually did that, I actually sunk someone. Just once out of all the time that I've ever played a destroyer. So, yeah, not exactly great odds overall. So, but then again, I'm playing against computer opponents here, so yeah, see, I missed the Jaguar on that one. Now, I'm not going to fire torpedoes down towards, you know, uh, towards the friendlies there, because that would be a really stupid move, but this guy's kind of angling himself a little bit more towards me, so we'll see about trying to get my torpedoes lined up so that I can... There we go, and... There we go. There we go.
Enemy destroyer foundered.
There we go, better.
Our team has taken the lead.
Oh.
Smoke generator started. Smoke screen set.
And he's about ready to come in within detection range of me, so...
Our team has taken the lead.
Time to leave. The smoke was about ready to go anyway, so... Let's see. Let's go ahead and angle again. Alright. Let's try this again. Ah, slow down again. Damn it.
Critical engine damage.
Nope, nope, don't want that.
Problem
And once
solved, sir.
again, I missed the majority of my shots. Nope. Ow. Damn it.
The ship is on fire.
Okay, cause some flooding.
Problem solved, sir.
And missed again. God damn it. Why am I on AP?
The ship is on fire.
Nope. I'm dead. Well,
Enemy battleship foundered.
that was a little bit better, but obviously not as great as I kind of wanted it to be. So, let's see. I'm predicting. Yeah, doesn't really matter there. I'm just gonna be kind of seeing these guys once, and that's about it. But so, being able to kind of judge where the enemy is when it comes to guns are pretty easy. The, you know, obviously you need to figure out where you want to have your shots land is the more difficult spot. Like, if you're trying to aim for like citadels, then obviously you need to be a little bit more painstaking in where you shoot where you fire your guns at. Um, Torpedoes have, you know, uh, they have a lot more delay to them, so it's a little bit harder for me to kind of um, predict where they can go and what they can kind of do. Now, obviously, the that changes based off of all of the um, what kind of ship you use. Okay. Um, like uh, one nation's set of torpedoes are not going to be the same as another nation's, for example. Okay, they're going to be slightly different. The speed is going to be different. The range is going to be different. The spread is going to be different. It's all these are all kind of factors that go into the um, destroyer shots, but um, they're as kind of shown in the videos that I looked at earlier in today's stream, you know, you're also going to have to take into consideration where are they going? You know, where are those ships going to turn? Okay. Are those ships going to turn to the left? Are they going to turn to the right? Are they going to keep on going straight? Where are they going? Um, and you have to try to figure out where your torpedoes are going to, um, you know, where to place your torpedoes to try to get, you know, to try to maybe land a shot somewhere. Okay. If you can land one, as I Chase Gaming was talking about, then it was a good prediction. Um, but obviously that's not going to be, um, you know, that's not always going to be the case. That's not always going to be what kind of happens. So, um, now I'm going up against bots, so their movement isn't as erratic as, say, a regular player would be. Um, but but it still gives me a certain amount of practice with um, launching torpedoes as it was anyway. So
General quarters.
hmm. Oh, Matsuki has 8 kilometer torpedo range. I thought for some odd reason that it was a 10 kilometer range. Oh well. So we're gonna get ourselves into a position where we're just gonna throw some torpedoes down the middle of C here. See if we can catch the their destroyer by doing just that. Now, typically that's, you know, not exactly a great practice, obviously, but I'm hoping that wall will kind of help out. Oh, okay, so that's where it's at right at the moment. It's smoking up, so it's not gonna, um, it's gonna stay in that smoke screen. So, but Red Wolf is just kind of going right into battle. Wait, he's not sticking. Oh, okay, well, Red Wolf got that kill. Oh, that's kind of unfortunate. Probably launched a torpedo into the enemy, into friendly player. He's turning.
Our team has taken the lead.
Okay, but he's still kind of going in the same kind of direction though, um, so I'm just gonna do a quick drive-by on him.
Engine boost activated.
I'm not gonna, um, I'm not gonna launch my torpedoes early. I'm just gonna, uh, kind of wait until I get broadside to him, and then I'm gonna, um, dump torpedoes down right about now.
The ship is on fire.
There we go.
Critical engine damage. Our victory is in sight.
We've destroyed an enemy battleship.
Problem solved, sir. Smoke generator started. Smoke screen set. Our victory is in sight.
So, but that's the thing, you know, those close-up strikes. Well, yeah, I can put in a lot of damage. I mean, I did, you know, what was it, 48,000 points of damage.
Engine boost deactivated.
It wasn't a long range attack. See here's this guy. He's turning, so he's slowing down. We can turn off. Actually, let's just keep him on. It knows where I'm at, so. Okay, got one. Okay. So, that that last spread that I hit one torpedo on the aircraft carrier, I mean that was okay. I mean I was still able to get one hit in, but as you saw, it kept on kind of turning away from me. So if I had maybe predicted a little bit of a shorter, if I had kind of predicted that it, might slow down a little bit more or, might turn away from me a lot more, then I might have been able to get a few more torpedo strikes in there. But, I mean, I got one torpedo strike in there. So, I mean, that's an improvement. That's an improvement. It's not great, but, um, you know, the five torpedo hits to kill that one ship, that really meant nothing to me. Okay, that was a simple surprise attack from a destroyer on a battleship. That that can happen if you set it up correctly. Um, you know, um, and if the battleship has no clue as to why they should be staying away from islands, which you're gonna have a lot of, um, you're gonna have a lot of bots that aren't really gonna be aware of that kind of, um, that they're gonna be like, yeah, shouldn't really deal with that kind of thing. Um, but it's the long range that I'm more interested in. Okay, um, you know the uh, the you know 1 kilometer distance kind of thing strikes isn't something that I'm interested in doing. I'm more interested in the strikes that are, um, you know um, that are quite a distance
Building
away.
air
So,
force.
um,
Good luck and fair seas.
okay, we're just gonna go to D, and we're gonna see about trying to get some, shots that way. Let's go ahead and speed up a little bit more.
Engine boost activated.
Looks like our other destroyer wants to get in and go down center door. Hmm, interesting. Alright. I'm being detected. Oh, Oh boy. Alright. Ooh.
Engine boost deactivated.
Enemy cruiser foundered.
Alright. Only got one torpedo strike out of all that. So that wasn't exactly great, but
Critical engine damage.
We've sunk an enemy destroyer.
okay. Okay, let's just fix ourselves and get back into the game there because we need to take care of all these
Problem
guys.
solved, sir.
Ooh, okay. Okay, Charlie's going after that guy. I'm gonna go after the battleship. Problem is Scrag Meat is kind of like right in a position where if I throw torps down at him from a distance, I have a potential of it actually hitting Scrag Meat, so um, so I'd rather not do that right at the moment. I need to make sure that I can kind of predict where he's gonna kind of go. Oh, put some torpedoes in front of him, put some torpedoes behind them. There we go.
Enemy battleship foundered.
That's good. Hmm. Well, that's kind of unfortunate. It doesn't really matter. This is a AI game, so okay. I think I think I'm gonna go ahead and stop it here. Um, there's only a couple more minutes left, as it is anyway. Um, and um, I want to try to go over everything that kind of happened today a little bit. So interesting that we have quite a few. Um, containers here. Okay. Ourselves another collection. Okay. Another one of these. Some lead experience. Okay. Red dragon flag. Nice. And then another collection. We'll worry about the collection afterwards. And another one. Okay. Let's actually take care of the collection now. Alright, so Willis Lee, George Dewey, triple turret. Interesting. Okay. Now let's go back and collect our container here, which we always want to try our luck. And nothing. Not the greatest container, but that's okay. We got some camouflage. It's actually not too bad. Alright. Okay, so what did we learn? Um, now, first thing that Chase Gaming was talking about is backing up into camp circles. I did not do it during those practice rounds because I was kind of working on against AI players that were just kind of rushing into the camp circles anyway. So, um, even if I was to try to back up into those camp circles, it probably would have been kind of difficult to um, get away from them quickly. Because um, you know, getting yourself into a position where you have to kind of come to, turn all the way around and then back up into the camp circle is going to be a lot longer than say if you're just going barreling right in, and the AI players are barreling right in. So if I had slowed down and tried to back myself in, it would have given them a lot of opportunity to hit me, to torpedo me, and the like. And I wasn't really down for that. I didn't want to kill myself that way. Um, uh, Predictive torpedo strikes. Um, the that's a little bit harder for me. I was still able to get a single torpedo strike in, but um, I mean, granted, I'm dealing with destroyers here that only have like 3 torpedo shots per volley, and I had two, and in this particular case for the Matsuki, I only had 2 racks of the torpedoes, so um, just saw a monster. There it is again. Yeah, it's their what's the word I'm looking for? Like a holiday campaign, holiday battle. They like to kind of throw these little um like monthly kind of scenarios or so from time to time. And so that's what this is all about. Those monsters. They're in the key battle right at the moment. So the this particular port here, the polygon, it's kind of showing you what it kind of looks like. You know, not only is it showing you the monster, um, which I'm not even seeing it right at the moment, um, but it's kind of showing you where you can kind of take the key when you collect one. You know, the whole futuristic landscape of it all, and like so. That's what that's all about. So, um, so the torpedo strikes weren't weren't great. See, there's the monster. And you actually have to kill those to potentially get the key. Um, but the gameplay really kind of was meh for me because it was pure like PvP. Because not only do you have the monsters, but you had other players, and the other players start off as against you. So you could set it up to where you can join their side, but you're already shooting them before you have the chance to even say, "Hey, join me," or something like that. Um, so it's um, not always uh, perfect or whatnot. You know, you're still gonna have the potential of getting hit by other players and all that jazz. So we, oh yeah. Um, but seeing that I was able to actually hit like one torpedo strike out of the volley at a distance was a positive. Um, I need to kind of continue working on that. Okay. Um, so I think for the time being, if we do any like additional destroyer gameplay, I think we're gonna kind of keep it the co-op um until I can kind of get it to be a little bit more consistent. Being able to kind of predict um which way they might turn, um, and see what I can kind of do along those lines. Now, it's not gonna be like riveting gameplay because I mean I'm still kind of working on my torpedo strikes, but hopefully I can kind of show an improvement. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see whether or not next week will give us a little bit more. Um, Now tomorrow will be my Terraria gameplay. Um, we're we're at a point where um, we've gotten a lot of the newer-ish um, materials, but I think there's like one last ore that I can get. That's that's the best overall. I still need to get a light shard for a new weapon that I'm trying to aim for. And I'm going to be exploring the sky. So if you're interested in my Terraria gameplay, look forward to that tomorrow. Um, Friday, we're going to continue with the Plants vs. Zombies grind, trying to find all the plants for the Zen Garden, and what was um, oh right, the Tree of Wisdom, which requires $200,000 to grow it all the way to its 100-meter mark. So yeah, that's gonna take a while, and um, not exactly riveting gameplay. So I'm gonna continue the grind to finish off those achievements for you guys to show that, you know, it is possible. Obviously, the more you play the game, the better, you know, the more money that you get, and the more opportunities that you get for the Zen Garden. But obviously, I'm gonna be playing it 1 day a week right at the moment, so that's gonna kind of slow down the progress on that. Um, but on Saturday, I plan on doing. Um, I'm gonna start up a new game. Um, a lot of people talked about it. I know that it is a free-to-play game, and I want to see what it's all about. It is a what do you call a gotcha um, game in that um, you're working on, you know, collecting better uh, better units, better, I guess in this case, better people that are stronger in the game. So playing Genshin Impact. So that's going to be on Saturday. So it's going to be a blind playthrough. I've seen clips of the game here and there, but I haven't played it at all. So it's going to be a blind playthrough for me uh, on Saturday. So we're going to be working on that. Um, so yeah, that's where we're going to go ahead and stop off for now. So, hey there, Caesar. How you doing there, bud? Um, so if you know, I heard that there is endgame content for Genshin Impact, but I'm not sure. If it turns into a continuous kind of grind and open world and non-stop kind of gameplay, much like how Warframe and World of Warships is all about, then I may drop it at some point in time. Um, it all depends. It depends on, you know, do I like the game or not. Um, you know, I've already heard one person say, "Don't play it, don't play it, it's crap." It's like, well, you know, on the other hand, I have heard a lot of people that have loved it too. So, don't know. We'll see. But that's gonna be up on Saturday. So, but that's where we're gonna go ahead and close down for tonight. So, thank you very much for watching, there, folks. I appreciate it. All these streams, all these videos are uploaded to my YouTube channel, so feel free to check that out if you'd like. Got a link down below for that. I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below, so feel free to check on those if you're interested. Um, yeah, my Twitch channel and in the description of my YouTube videos. I have a schedule of everything that I do on this channel down below in the about section of my Twitch page. So if you're interested in seeing what I do during the week, you can check that out, see what games that I play, as well as my coding streams on Sundays. So feel free to check out those if you're interested. Um, but just know that I do stream daily from 2 to 6 p.m. PST. So feel free to stop on by at any particular point during that particular time window. Say hi in the chat if you want or don't. It's perfectly fine if you just want to lurk. But that's where we're gonna go ahead and call it. So want to thank Gabe, Jedi, Caesar for stopping on by. I appreciate it when you guys do. Um, so uh, you know, hopefully I'll see you guys again. Um, whenever you stop on by, I appreciate when you guys do. So thank you very much. Take care. Stay healthy. Stay safe. And I'll catch you strangers next time.